don't have confusion. I grew up in the Tetons. Hey, everybody. Hey, Robert. Here's the best boy ever. I was talking about him last night with my sister. She said he was a good boy, and he is. Look at him. Happy, always looking forward for the new thing. Big smile. Good guy. All right, there's enough people here that I can. Yeah, he's a handsome boy, isn't he? He's a handsome boy. He made all the girls swoon. All right, so I don't know how long I'm going to talk today, but it's Sunday, and tomorrow is trading day. I think in our little stable of colts or nags, I don't know which, but I think next week, and we'll talk about it, but I want to go over something first. But I think the potential, either this week or next, but I think it could be this week, where finger motion starts to go up to 150, 160, and maybe higher. And we'll go through the chart if you guys want to talk about that. But I just think there's so much accumulating potential news that as people start talking, it's just human nature. Some people will act. It's a possibility. I'm not promising it. In terms of Railtown, RLAIF, we're coming up on that 4-week period whereby in Canada, as I understand it, I never traded stocks in Canada. Well, that's not true. I've traded Canadian stocks, but I wasn't based. I was not based in Canada, so I don't know the regulatory regime, but my understanding is from the news announcement they made almost 4 weeks ago that the approval process is 4 weeks in Canada, shareholders and et cetera. So we're coming up on that. On Railtown, to me, it's a pretty basic premise. You had 4 or 5 years of hot shots, people that have done it before, creating a valuable product that answers a need and solves problems that's in a huge market. Huge. I'd say 100 billion is huge, but maybe not if you're thinking about NVIDIA or something. But that's pretty big. So their market that they're going after is pretty big. And they're first to the market. They've done it before. It's a closed AI. It's not open out there. And my initial idea is just the need of the bigger partners they're in with to come claim the space would be they'd be bought out. But along the way, something happened along the way. Something happened along the way. I can't remember. Is that Earth, Wind, and Fire? Something happened along the way. I can't remember the rest of it. I can hear it, but anyway, something happened along the way, and all of a sudden they're acquiring a company that's a network of 160 other top AI companies. So yeah, it might delay my idea that they're going to be bought out. But on the other hand, this is all from press releases. On the other hand, the increasing the target market and working with companies and buying companies, rolling up companies with revenue and selling Conductor, the AI product, it's, to me, it's just gotten huge. So why isn't the stock up? Well, we all know one thing: the shorts, as we call them, the criminals, the cowards, the day traders that have no money, but also the systemic industry that's been built up around regulatory indifference and outright greed by Wall Street and certain pools of funds. And it's a system that steals American ingenuity, North American ingenuity. Look at MMAT. Somebody told me that MMAT had 500 patents and they just get stolen. And I guess Honeywell paid 80 grand for one, 20 grand. Honeywell paid 20 grand out of bankruptcy for one of MMAT's patents, and it cost 800 grand to develop. And these sneaky, slimy, stealing sons of bitches destroy a company, and hey, somehow we're going to continue to live this lifestyle, and we allow this crime. And it's just coincidental, by the way. They don't know each other. They just happen to all have the same idea at the same time, and they use the same attorneys, same documents, same modus operandi. It's all just by chance. It's coincidental. But anyway, that's one thing that's keeping Railtown down. These same kind of guys. And the computers are set up to do it. So they don't even have to, you and I have to deal with our emotions. They click a button on the computer. It's still their emotions, but that computer can run for months before their emotion gets caught up. For example, if there's a run on the stock and they have to buy it in because they're losing money. But until then, they're hot shots. They're hot shots. So anyway, that's one reason Railtown's down, just the opportunistic or steady on selling of shares that don't exist. I'm not saying Railtown's a short squeeze per se. But then the other thing, if you think about it, and it's all based on the press release of 3 weeks ago, it says their banker is Canaccord. Well, if all the people involved at Railtown are involved in whatever this deal is, they can't buy the stock. They're not allowed to buy the stock. If Canaccord is the main source of both retail and institutional buying potential, and it's in a investment banking quiet period. They can't buy the stock. And then all of these 160 companies who, through this network, are being acquired. If anybody's involved in this discussion, and I assume most of them are the well-heeled ones, the smart ones, the involved ones, they can't buy. So you've got a situation where the people that know probably can't buy, almost all of them. And so I expect with Railtown, as we get to that fourth week and the potential for a news announcement, I don't remember, I'd have to look it up, but I feel like my gut is telling me that's this week or next week is that 4 weeks from that news. So Railtown, I don't think there's much more time to buy it. And then Nixie, I think now it's showing signs that there's activity. There was news. Is there going to be more news? I don't know. Is there going to be more buying? But I think so. I think there'll be one more priming the pump there at Nixie. And I think that's this week. Ham's very strong on G-Bucks as a squeeze. I think he's on to something. And I think that covers those stocks. What I want to talk to you about, and then I'll go to the comments. I'm just going to riff on this myself, and then later I'll read an article. But I've mentioned many times, I read this book, and I just Friday, I was shocked that the United States produces something like 21 million barrels of oil. I don't think it's true. I think a lot of it is oil equivalent and liquids, natural gas liquids. So I think a lot of it's converting our natural gas production into an oil equivalent. I don't think the United States produces. It's still the greatest in the world right now, 13 million barrels a day of oil, but it's so definitional. But anyway, here's our plays. These are our shale, our tight shale, tight sands. These are where we drill horizontally and fracture. And you can see in the green is, for lack of a better word, Appalachia. But obviously it covers Virginia, West Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York. Interestingly, New York does not allow for this drilling, so that might be a place to expand. But then they break it in between the Marcellus and the Utica. And, everything's a projection, but I'll show you a chart that the Utica is in decline. Could it be they're just haven't drilled there everywhere they can? Could be. But that's the Marcellus and the Utica. The Haynesville down here in the brown, this was an area that was really exciting to a lot of operators. And they went in and bought up a lot of acreage, but to my memory anyway, it had a very small or a very concise honeypot, sweet spot. And, but with technology and with continued drilling, the Haynesville has obviously been successful. What I just listened to, and I haven't confirmed, it's possible that's where the majority of our LNG exports originate. I know that we're trying to export out of the Marcellus. Anyway, there's the Eagle Ford. That was a miracle. And I worked on that. I tried to raise money. It's a whole saga of is the word scion of a wealthy family turning out to, anyways, it's a complicated story, but I watched that grow up and boom, from nobody understanding it to it being a huge source of oil production now. And ironically, most of that oil can't be processed in our refineries, which is intriguing. So we export it, but then we import oil from Venezuela. Anyway, I don't know much about the Anadarko. That's where you have these. I mean, I raised money for drillers there, but I forget what they call it. They call it the stack play, and there's another one they call up there. But if you look at Texas and Oklahoma, that's where the bounty of U.S. oil has been. Right above it in Kansas, there's also oil and gas, but and this blue extends up into that. But, they've flared most of the natural gas. We've wasted nature's bounty, and we're going to regret it. We're going to regret it. It's a bad aspect to our capitalistic model that we flared a lot of it. You can see in the yellow up there is the Bakken. Very important. And then the Niobrara in and around Denver. And then the dark chocolate brown is the Permian. And the Permian is the miracle. That's what's allowed us to expand our production. You can, I didn't look, but MMTLP/Nextbridge is on the edge to the left and slightly north of this Permian. It might be part of it, but I think it's right next door to it. And that's what makes the Oro Grande so exciting. It could just be an analog. It could just be more of the same. But the criminals, the cowards, the thieves destroyed Torchlight, and they continue to work their magic because of regulatory indifference or capture, but also just the outright greed of the men at the top. Anyway, I want to show you that. Here's how it breaks down into production. The Appalachia, which was the green, Appalachian production pretty much is the largest portion of our shale gas plays, which I think is a big part of that 21 million barrels a day of oil. You can see the Anadarko is really kind of the smallest. The Bakken is slightly bigger. The Eagle Ford is really significant. Haynesville is a huge chunk there. Niobrara is kind of tiny. I don't know if that's smaller than the Anadarko or not, but it's small. The Anadarko, Bakken, and Niobrara are not the major plays. And then you see the Permian, how significant the Permian. You also see, and my eyesight is, I don't know the dates here on the bottom. I can't quite see them, but I think this first peak in the Permian, and then it pulled back, was 5 years ago, and then it pulled back, and in there was a huge opportunity to buy oil and gas properties, and I tried to show it to investors, partly because of the pandemic. It's just human nature. People see the price of oil down, oh, it can go lower, and they don't do anything. But as we came through the pandemic, things normalized. The Permian increased its production, but you can argue, well, why can't it go back up? It might just be a pullback, but they might get it to go back up. But what it's showing here, and again, I can't quite see the date because of my eyesight, but it's basically a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, production in the Permian turned down. Actually, production in all of these fields turned downward. So just to throw it out there, this is our LNG. This is where we get our LNG, but this is our shale gas as a percentage of our total natural gas production. The difference between dry gas and natural gas liquids is these wells produce various ranges of liquids, which is, it just is definitional on what oil is, but it's not natural gas. It's other products. All right, there's a concept called, and this relates to the Haynesville, but you can go through it in any of these fields. But you have ultimate recovery for the wells you drill. And again, I can't quite see the date, but I believe this tall one is 2021. And it gives ultimate recovery. And I can't read what that says on the side. I think that says barrel of oil equivalent, but I could be wrong. I'm sorry. I should have tried to read it. I'm not able. I used to be able to read that kind of thing. I can't right anymore. That's a change in my eyesight. So anyway, I think it says barrel of oil equivalent. But anyway, each well I assume this is 210,000 barrels. If I'm wrong, I just can't read it. But this is the magnitude of the problem, is the best wells have been drilled, and as they drill additional wells, we come down to, I guess this is 94,000 barrels of oil. If I'm wrong, you can read it, you can correct me. But the ultimate recovery that's estimated for each of these wells as we're drilling additional wells is maybe 60%, 70% of what it used to be. It's important to note. This is another Haynesville nightmare. The production rates for the horizontal wells and the ultimate production, the ultimate ability to the decline curve. This here on the right is 2018. So the daily production, again, I'm going to have a hard time reading that. I'm going to say that's 6,000 MCF a day. I just can't read that. I apologize. But I think that says 6,000 up there per well. It might be higher than that. I can't believe it's 60,000 MCF a day. I assume it's 6,000. But anyway, the wells come in at a high production weight. That's IP. They're essentially flat for a little while, and then they begin their decline. So actually, this this blue one of 2018 started at 5,000 MCF a day and then did a gradual decline. Same with 19. And then 2022 is where it started very high. But what I notice here is they're obviously moving out from the sweet spot, but they also may be fracking more strongly. So the wells initially produce more, but look how quickly they decline. Look at how now there may be methods to stretch out that production, but this is not a pretty picture. Economically, these wells give back most of the product. That's how a lawyer used to call it at a case I went on, but they give most of the hydrocarbons back in the first 2 or 3 years, 4 years. So you get your economics are good, but what does it do for our nation and what we can produce in the future? I think it's an open question. I don't think it looks good. So this is the Marcellus, and gas production in the Marcellus has climbed for 4 or 5 years, and it's kept natural gas prices down. And they continued drilling even during the pandemic, but production was sideways for a while, mainly because they just kept everything behind pipe. They slightly shut in the wells, and then they started turning them on again. So the production is huge. If I read that correctly, it's 14,000 MCF a day, or 14 billion cubic feet a day. It's huge. The Marcellus is a huge. I can't read this thing over on the left-hand side. But what you see on the red, in the red, is as they drill more wells, in the blue, gas production has gone up. Now, back about 2 years ago, it looks like as more wells are drilled, gas production is actually flattening. Will it turn around and keep going up? Well, that's yet to be seen. But there's been no field in the history of the world that production just keeps going up, 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 up. It eventually reaches its maximum production and then turns downward. Doesn't matter how many wells you drill. This is the Utica, and it may have something to do with drilling the Marcellus first or drilling the best wells first, but this is a cause for alarm. The Utica was producing, I think this is in 2018, I'm guessing at what these dates are. It produced, I cannot quite read that, 3 billion cubic feet a day or something. Anyway, it pulled back, rallied back, and then now it's just like going off the other side of the mountain. And they're drilling a lot of wells, but gas production has really declined. And that's what happens. That's what happens. So there is an article I want to read to you, but I'll go to your comments. Yeah, liquid natural gas. Yep. Yeah, that might be part of the, Paul, that might be part of the oil quote is LNG. I'm going to ask somebody. I want to get a breakdown. I couldn't find it this morning when I looked, but I'm sure um, it'll change. Hopefully, GTI can complete an audit of shares issued by old management and start trading soon. Yeah, I think it'd be good to trade. I think you've got to be very cautious. Um, I know there'll be an excitement to buy the shares, but and who knows? I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. It might be the right thing to do, but um, at 11 cents, I'm trying to remember. It's already trading for 36 million in its market cap. Well, it's essentially a dream right now in the sense that we don't know how the final allocation of shares to be acquired occurs. On the other hand, what we heard the other day implies that the number of shares outstanding will decline dramatically, or issued and outstanding, and that there'll be a stair step in value over time. So that has to play out, and if that's your bet when you buy it, but it's already roughly worth 36 million in its market cap. The other thing you're betting on is there can be a short squeeze with the shares, and I'm a little less optimistic, but I don't know. I don't know. They being the criminals, seem to have that all under control. But there are ways to shake the tree, and it's as good a story to shake the tree as any other one from GME onward. But it'll be tough, and maybe I'm wrong, but I would resist the urge to be part of the first people buying stock because it'll run up. And we've been through it so many times, but I could be wrong. Maybe it runs much, much, much higher and there's a trade in it. So I would just be caveat emptor at the initial trading. That's not a long-term statement. That's just that's just if and when it starts trading again. With recent MMAT subpoenas, what are the chances that settlement is offered? It could be an initial dollar amount per share and then an annual payment for 10 or 20 years. Well, I think zero, the way you described it, but you have a good idea, and it would be certainly something that I'm not, I'm nowhere near the negotiations, but that would be something I would try to get. And I have a feeling Greg McCabe would be wide open to it. You're basically saying, could there be a cash payment and then an override or some sort of working interest? But it'd be better to have an override. There's pluses and minuses to both. Overrides, you can't be spent out of an override. And if it's properly recorded at the courthouse, so to speak, an override can move with the new ownership. But they're small usually. They're not usually that big. So, but yeah, I like that idea. I don't think it'd be annual. I think it would be monthly, or I mean, that's how it's usually distributed. But I think that's a pretty good idea. But right now, they wouldn't enter into an annual payment because there is no cash flow. They don't know. They have no idea. But I think a call on the production, particularly out of the Oro Grande, or a dividend, so to speak, an override, a royalty payment. A working interest would be good, but the problem is you would have to come up with a way of funding the working interest. I don't know how that would work with a bunch of people. Maybe Greg would set it up that everybody that wanted to participate in the settlement forgoes part of the cash settlement or adds money. I don't know how that exactly would work. It's all hypothetical at this point. I don't think it's likely that there's going to be a gross settlement, a total settlement now at all. There's a lot, it's funny. I remember so many presentations I made from the start, and I felt kind of goofy doing them. But everybody needed to go through the process, and that's how it always is. But that's particularly how the lawyers guide it. One, the lawyers didn't understand any of it. Maybe there were some oil and gas attorneys there, but mostly securities attorneys. They don't understand it. They have to learn. They have to get up to speed. And then the lawyers who represent the criminals that did this, they're going to delay, and they want to make a lot of money. I mean, they want to make a lot. So, and then the fact is, apparently, there's 105 broker dealers. 105. They all have attorneys. They all have to get up to speed. And most of those broker dealers, I know it, you find it hard to believe, but most people on Wall Street do not know this crap happens. And once they're told, they don't believe it. So the attorneys for I don't know, what's a small brokerage firm in, I can't remember, like a CK Baum. They'd look at it and says, this doesn't happen. This isn't happening. So they have to be brought up to speed. And then everyone will turn to the regulators because we, as Americans, we still trust our government. We trust the SEC. We trust Gary Gensler. We trust the people who run NASDAQ. Let me show you something that's just unbelievable from Adina Friedman, if I can find it. If I can find it. Here, this is one of the shills send to me. Great, it's fun. All right, here's Adina Friedman, runs the NASDAQ. She's the chair and chief executive officer. She's obviously more talented than any of the men that were up for the job. And she's got such experience and such care and concern. And she's worried about the CEOs and shareholders of the companies that come on NASDAQ. Here is her mission statement, quote, "We are rewriting ways to expand wealth create jobs, and enrich people's lives. We aim to set the pace for rethinking capital markets and economies anywhere and everywhere, unquote. I mean, this is such horseshit. But she gets $2.5 million a month for that. Anyway, the 105 broker dealers each have attorneys. I would say out of those 105, if law of big numbers work out, 80% of that, they have no idea what's going on. They really were unaware. They were innocent in many ways. Their so-called systems, they just facilitating a trade, and they expected the systems to be in place. And that's where the criminals win. They own people like Adina Friedman, a complete bird brain. We're reimagining markets around the world. God, I don't know what she's smoking. Why doesn't she just focus on settlement and making NASDAQ? Why expand when you can't even handle the what's on your plate right now? Anyway, Richard, what I mean is I think you're going to see a lot of, I bet you see dozens, not right away, but I bet you see dozens of attorneys for broker dealers agreeing a settlement if Wes Christian's in charge. Let me just use his name. Agreeing a settlement with Wes Christian. And those settlements will probably be somewhat vague on how much money is given to you or me, but they will require releases by all parties, and hey, no harm, no foul statements. And then your brokerage firm, if it is CK Baum, would, maybe they have 19 people in the stock. They'd assign somebody, probably a salesman, but maybe a compliance officer. They'd assign somebody, or maybe it's an attorney that will send out a letter. But we at CK Baum are willing to refund your money for whatever you paid, plus, I don't know, what? Plus, it's been going on now 2-3 years. I don't know, plus 10% a year on your money, and I don't know if they'd add a little bit for legal fees. And they'll say, do you want to do it? And if you do want to do it, you'll get your money back. Plus, let's say you're like me, you paid $8. They'll give you $8, and maybe they'll round it up to $10 a share. And you might say, yeah, I'll take it. Well, they're going to make you sign a release, probably a non-disclosure, and you're probably, again, I'm not an attorney, but I can imagine that they would want the attorney at CK Baum would want all of the 19 people in my example to agree before they release the money. Maybe if 2 people decide, no, we want to continue to see what happens, maybe CK Baum would have them, all right, sign this acknowledgement that we made an offer to you, that you're not going to disclose it. Maybe they get the non-disclosure before the offer's made, and then they say, in order to see the offer, you're not going to disclose it. But if you should decide not to accept it, you're not going to interfere with the rest of our little small subset accepting the offer. So I don't know how. It'll be legal documents you have to sign. My guess is, Richard, a lot of people will take the money offered by their brokerage firms. It's called a gray market, maybe. I don't really know that that's an accurate description, because I think it will be driven from the legal side, and I think a lot of people will take the money. Now, what happens if it's a bigger firm who was innocent? Although I would argue any firm, any broker-dealer who does not demand delivery is basically, by inaction, complicit in the fraud. And I think a good attorney could go after it. But again, I'm not an attorney, but I've experienced it. And I think these attorneys settle. That's just, and Wes Chris, just picking on him, I know it's a bigger group of attorneys, but just giving one guy the control of settlement, just for simplicity of discussion. Let's say it's a company like is A.G. Edwards still a thing? I'm not even sure it is. God, it's terrible that I can't remember names. They're all merged out of existence. But let's just say it's a medium-sized firm, like an A.G. Edwards, which pretty big firm. But let's say they were based out of St. Louis, and they were honest. They were an honest firm. So let's say they truly were caught unaware by this. They assumed their systems were in place, and they, like most of Wall Street, put 12-year-olds on the settlement side of the business because everything just rolled along and they never had problems before. So if it were a medium to large brokerage firm, but in terms of this position, their exposure, it was just a medium-sized one. And they went to Wes and said, you know what, we want to settle. But we'll sign everything. We're gonna set up our non-disclosures, and we're gonna bind our shareholders in our agreements. But we want to lock down our agreement with you, Wes Christian, first. Well, then A.G. Edwards would go to their clients. They already have their settlement agreement with Wes, but they would have built in a period of time. I don't know. Probably more than 90 days. I would guess it could be 6 months. And they would say to you, same thing, not to see the offer, you have to sign the NDA. If you don't agree to participate, you acknowledge that an offer was made, and there'll be some legalese in there that gets A.G. Edwards off of the hook with you. Except in the rare people that say, no, we're pretty pissed off with you, A.G. Edwards, that you didn't demand delivery. See, that's where my imagination of what lawyers would agree in a settlement gets lost, because the other path is to go through the court and go through judges' rulings and the judge would start making rulings that would incrementally protect A.G. Edwards. She'd make findings. There'd be some disclosure, and that's just all beyond my ken. But anyway, if A.G. Edwards has, let's say, 400 people in this, all small positions, it gets a little more complicated. And I think it takes a little more time. And then I think A.G. Edwards might find out that a third of their investors might take up to $8 as settlement, and the next third might want $20, and the next third might get a lot harder, and they don't settle. So there'll be legal documents there that are non-disclosure. You can't talk about it. But you can hear, Richard, that to settle early is very complicated. So I think smaller firms might settle early. The bigger firms that want to settle, I'm talking positions that want to settle, will delay until they get more protection out of the court system. And until things shake out more, they want to get rid of their culpability, and they too may file claims against the prime brokers and the criminals saying, hey, we didn't know. This first time we've ever heard that our systems don't work. We asked for a settlement. We demanded it. Here's our record. And these are the excuses. My point is, it's not going to be quick. It's not going to be quick. But that's my view. That's my view. Even with fraud, even with fraud by FINRA, fraud by Fidelity, fraud by people being paid off for order flow when it comes public, I don't think it's quick. I don't, but I could be wrong. They've already made such progress. Mark Bazile did at TradeStation, and the best place to get ideas from, I think, is Junk Savvy. She's amazing in her ability to process all of the information. But answering your question, I don't think there's going to be a settlement offered in a global sense for a long time. They've got to incrementally create protections, define the problem, define the losses, define who was harmed, define who's guilty. And I think with all these attorneys, oh my gosh, it took the asbestos attorney, Angelos, more than a decade. It took the tobacco attorneys, you can imagine. I think it's a long process. The one thing that could change it, obviously, Richard, is if there's a mandate from Trump, and there's a mandate from the SEC, and the regulators get off their ass and do their job, and Ann Wagner suddenly gets a memo that she can read as if she's ever studied any of this, instead of her memo being read out as if it's her own thoughts, having been written probably by Goldman Sachs lobbyists. She has a memo written by a dedicated, honest regulator at the SEC, and they might be able to get it accelerated, but I still think, I really think the legal teams will delay it. They'll probably try to delay it until Trump is out of office. I don't know. I don't think there's a chances of a settlement being offered to everyone all at once soon. And I do think in all cases, it'll come down to dollars being offered. I think they'll start out with a small amount to see how many shares they can buy in at a small amount, and that'll increase. There may be a negotiation over time to a number. And one of the perils, I think, for the settlement are the deals that Nextbridge made for shares. I don't know, a year later, in southern Louisiana. Look, I'm not an attorney, so what I say has no basis. But when you calculated those transactions, when one tried to attempt what they're worth, and it's impossible because they contained overrides, and then Nextbridge traded their interest and retained upside for free. But at least initially, a good attorney could argue that deal was done at $2 a share or $1 or $3. And that becomes a starting point. Obviously, a starting point becomes the last trade that Jessica Hopper caused on by stopping trading, if she were the one. What, 298 or 324 or something? That's the starting point. But I think the attorneys also will argue zero. They'll start at zero. It's going to be drawn out, in my judgment, Richard. I don't expect anything quickly done. I'm talking about MMT, Nextbridge type settlements, soften the blow. Well, all right. The other side will want a settlement, and you're right. They may come out and offer a global settlement if they all work together. But remember, they don't want collusion proven. They don't want fraud proven. They don't want how they do this to see the light of day. And they have claims against each other. I don't think they're monolithical at all. And I think you're going to find certain brokerage firms were far worse at this than others. Like, I understand Fidelity and maybe Ameritrade. But yeah, it would make a lot of sense if they just came to terms and did it. As I said in my videos almost 2 years ago, that's what would make sense. But this process plays out. You've got lawyers involved. You've got people that have to educate themselves. The other side is going to say, hey, caveat emptor, it's their fault. Our side is going to say, we want the blue sheets. Hey, we've gone through it. It was all predictable. There's more to go through before the bad guys all get together and offer a settlement. But yeah, that's what they should do. I really think, Richard, that they're going to find out that they are in a lot of trouble. I from what I understand, there's a lot of evidence out there that's it's gonna be tough. And the good news is once it goes through that evidence, I think the attorneys will avail themselves of everything in terms of racketeering and other penalties that could be massive. If I were an attorney, and I'm not, I would try to get this before jury trials rather than judges. If you're in front of a jury, who knows how high the settlements could be. But you're talking time. And the dynamic will be that some of the smaller attorneys, I'm not saying they're smaller in their talents or their abilities, I'm saying they represent smaller positions, of Nextbridge / MMTLP will try to sell sooner. It's worth a shot with a small investment. Don't bet the farm. Marco, that might be good advice. That might be good advice. If GTII starts trading, maybe you establish, and you want, I don't know, you want to own 10,000 shares. Maybe you go in and buy 3,000 right away, or it's up to you, 5,000. And then you hold some cash in reserve. You might have to wait a month. You might have to wait 3 months. But if it pulls back, you can average your costs down. If for some reason it just goes straight up and never comes back, you can start adding at higher prices for your net average price to always be below what you're adding at a higher price. It's a little counterintuitive, but if you assume you can buy 5,000 shares at 10 cents and you're waiting for it maybe to pull back, and instead it goes immediately to $1 and never moves back down, well, you can buy your remaining 5,000 shares at $1 and come up with a net cost in between. I can't do that arithmetic in my head, but let's say it's 60 cents a share. So your cost basis, yes, much, much higher than if you had bought it all at 10 cents, but it's significantly lower than if you had waited for it to be at $1. Nobody can know how it's going to trade. And I think it's going to come out of the gate trading much, much higher because people are going to be seduced by the story. And I use that word without any casting any kind of ill intent on anybody. It's just people are going to get excited. Wow, wow, wow. And then it's possible later on there's buyer remorse and there's other realities set in, and it's life. It's life. It's not, I'm not trying to pick on anybody. It's just how stocks trade. If I had to pay an annual fee, well, Kevin makes a really good point. And that's why, Kevin, if they agreed some sort of ownership percentage, I'll make it up. It can't be big in terms of percentage because then it affects the value of the property. But if you had a settlement, which is, I think, years away, but if you had a settlement and let's say it was up to each brokerage firm to negotiate their cash settlement with their own investors, so it never became public. But to keep that cash settlement down, there was a pre-agreed override which all brokerage firms would participate in for their clients. I mean, we're getting way beyond negotiations now, but I think you could put you wouldn't put an 1/8. I don't think you could even get away with a 16th, maybe a 16th. I doubt that. Maybe a 32nd, or maybe just a 2%, 2.5%, 1% override on the entire Oro Grande. But here's the thing, Kevin. It would have to be recorded at multiple courthouses, which costs money. So it would have to be paid for by somebody. And when it's recorded, it would have, and maybe it's just automatic, but I would ask my attorney to make sure it did. It would have to survive the sale or transfer of the Oro Grande asset, whether it was sold or if the company went bankrupt. It would have to survive. Problem is, with an override, is if the project fails, and failure can be definitional. If the Oro Grande is big, it's 144,000 acres. But if somebody came in and spent $50 million drilling wells, and they are marginal, I don't expect that to happen, but they all kind of missed. They didn't show what was there, what was expected was there. Well, probably that group would stop and they would let their leases expire. And I think once the leases expire, your override is toast, because the premise of the override is that the first person drilling or the first company's drilling, that it's part of that lease. And then once production is established, that the override continues because the lease continues. And, perhaps the override's written in a way, and it should be, that if the leases are automatically extended or they're negotiated to extend, your override extends. But in the case where a company or a group of companies walks away from the leases, the override disappears. And then you don't have anything. A working interest is a little different, but it's got that same end result. But you might have a different opinion than or different motivations than the initial operator. But a working interest is expensive. You have to pay your percentage of the development costs. And typically, if you don't, there's penalties. So you can be spent out of your interest. I don't see any attorney agreeing that on behalf of all of us. But maybe there's a funding mechanism that can be put in there. And then you'd have to assign probably an attorney. It'd probably end up being an attorney to watch out for our class of interests. And it's conceivable 5 years down the road, the original operators walk away, but as a class, we decide that it's worth hanging on to our working interest. There's wells producing, and let's just collect off of them. It's not enough for Exxon yet, but let's just hold on, and maybe technology will change. Maybe oil prices will change. It's all very, I'm trying to create hypotheticals. It's nearly impossible. It's nearly impossible. Do you think there are two different settlements possible for MMAT and M? Yes, yes. Are we all? I miss Lucky. Lucky taught us all just to get on with it with a smile and enthusiasm. And I think he taught us to enjoy the time on this planet. It's just a blessing to be here. But yes, I think there'll be two different settlements. In fact, there should be two different settlements. I think the discovery will overlap. But yes, I think the settlement in MMAT will very much be different than the settlement. Well, very much. There's going to be overlap in the settlement, but if our side has good attorneys, they won't give up the potential MMTLP settlement just to make a settlement in MMAT. It's the same criminals. It's the same criminals. Remember, they started with Torchlight and destroyed it. And then when Torchlight used one of its assets, just like GTII is just a shell, GTII is trying to use its asset, which is the shell company. But in Torchlight's case, they actually were current on their filings and their financials. So they did the deal. But then the criminals started shorting MMAT. And then the criminals got MMTLP to trade illegally. And those are three separate securities. And I understand there's a fourth one potentially that the criminals have their hands on. So there's going to be potential for a lot of settlements. If they prove fraud by FINRA or fraud by Fidelity or fraud by, one of the big firms, you're going to see the biggest you're going to see a lot of lawyers participate and make filings, and it's going to be a huge ongoing source of wealth for attorneys, and then we'll get what's left over. Hey, Brian. Hey, Alan Kamansky. Have I covered finger warrants? No, I mean, I don't know what the question, I don't know how to make that question interesting. It looks like what Finger did this thing, I don't know exactly the mechanics. I think the auditor for Finger did not wish to be compliant with the U.S. auditing, the PCOB, whatever that is. I might be slightly wrong on that, but regardless, the auditor for Finger resigned, and Finger Motion had to hire a new auditor. Well, by rule, by protocol, by expectation, if a company hires a new auditor, the SEC requires 2 years of audits made by the new auditor. Well, that was back in, I think, September, October range, and that's also similarly timed with when the warrant was submitted. That might have been earlier, but we all expected approval around then. The warrant as a special dividend. But so this came out of left field, and Finger Motion hired a new auditor who took her sweet ass time, as auditors do, and probably legitimately, because they have a risk, they have to be careful, but it took forever. It took September, October, November, and I think I did my interview in November. It might have been December, and it took that long. So Finger Motion had to pay for that. I think it's clear in retrospect that somebody had the clever idea, well, if we have to do 2 years of audits with the new auditor, why don't we just do the year we're in the whole year in, the whole year in, the whole year in. Nicolas Cage. Anyway, why don't we just do the year we're in and then do the previous year? So let me break it down for Finger. When this first came up, Finger Motion was in the middle of its 2025. But what was initially considered was doing 2023 and 2024 again, and leaving 2025 for the first quarter of now, our 2025 now. So they would have redone the 2023 audit, redone the 2024 audit, and paid for the 2025 audit, which is now. Somebody realized, well, why don't we just do the 2024 audit, leave the 2023 audit alone. We'll redo the 2024 audit, and then when we finish the 2025 audit as a new auditor, we've done the 2 years. We've fulfilled it for 2 years. And guess what? We've saved $500,000 on that previous year. Now, what gets confusing, Finger Motion does not have its fiscal year end in December 31st of any year. Finger Motion's fiscal year ends February of each year. So Finger Motion's 2025 ended February 28th, 2025. We are now in Finger Motion's 2026, and so it complicates and confuses. But anyway, Billy, it looks like collectively, by trial and error or foresight, they decided to do the 2 years under the new auditor. I don't have confirmation of this, by the way, under the new auditor as 2025 and 2024, rather than having the new auditor redo 2023, redo 2024, and do 2025, thus saving money. So anyway, you can get to the punchline. It's meant that the audit hasn't been finished. And one of the things that the SEC requires when they're approving a dividend is a current audit. So there's been a delay. Everyone wants to know, when's the dividend? When is it going to be approved? I think it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. I don't think it's going to catch the system out, but it could. It could. The most likely, the two firms where it might catch out if they have honest attorneys and honest compliance officers are Fidelity and Wells Fargo, because Finger Motion, in my judgment, was squeezing before Frank Benedetto, Lou Bravo, and Gus Fliacco, CEO of COSM, came out and misrepresented what they were doing. Whether intentionally or not, I'll let history sort that out. They were wrong, but it got everyone excited and everybody moved over. And then it cost everybody a lot of money. Look at COSM now. They took $35 million out of the market. And that's what you got to be careful for. Anybody in front of this audience wants to take that money out of the market. It's the equity piece. And then the overpaid wankers can come in with structured deals. But they want you to be the suckers first. On the other hand, there are people out there that are honest. It doesn't mean they don't need you first, but maybe they'll do a better deal than otherwise could be done. Anyway, the audit was delayed, therefore the approval is delayed. It looks like the audit, by definition, will be finished within the 45 days as is required for reporting in the United States. So that means the audit should be completed on or before April 15th, and certainly before 2025. That audit is the precursor, is the prerequisite to approval by the SEC for the issuance of a warrant as a special dividend. So as many times as we ask, as many times as we go over it, as many times as we talk about it, the mechanics of it require the audit to be finished, which now looks to be April 15th, before that approval comes. How much further on is that approval from when the audit comes in? I would guess it's at least 2 to 6 weeks further. So as I've been saying for a long time, much to a lot of kickback, I don't expect the dividend, the warrant as a dividend, to be approved until May or June of this year, and it could be longer. Oh, you're crazy. Anyway, you're too negative. Well, here we are in March already, and it's been a wait. There's no issue with the issuing the warrant as a special dividend. By matter of course, it's a right of a company to do so. There should be no blocking of this offering by the SEC because there's nothing they can hang a hat on. There's no fraud. There's none of that I know of. Will this catch out the short position? Maybe. In the case of Fidelity and Wells Fargo, Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow finger motion shares. Wells Fargo had pulled the buy button. So they knew what was going on. If those same attorneys represent those firms and the same compliance officers, they're not going to be able to say, we didn't know. They do know. So maybe this time they'll go out in the market and start buying shares because they don't want to go before a judge and say we didn't do anything. It's possible. When will you get your warrant? Let's say April 15th comes. Let's say the SEC approves it on May 1st. 10 days later, probably May 2nd or May 3rd, Finger Motion's attorneys will put out the notice to the world that we're going to have a record date. That record date has to be 10 days after Finger Motion notifies everybody. So if they notify, let's say on May 2nd, it'll be May 12th. You will have, I don't know, 7 days, maybe 8 days, market trading days to buy the shares in the open market if you don't own it. You will have to hold your position in finger motion through that record date in order to qualify for the dividend. I think I've covered everything I can. It's 1 for 10 is the proposal. I guess, Billy, the only other thing I could possibly say is I think this would be very low on the to-do list of Martin Shen and the powers that be at Finger Motion. I think much higher on their to-do list will be fulfilling the C2 contracts, possibly raising additional money, doing other contracts, whether it's with governments for the C2, the rescue vehicles, or maybe with the insurance companies. But I'd be focused elsewhere. This is a big, dull, dead endsville. It doesn't add anything to revenues. It doesn't add anything to growth. It doesn't increase the viability of the company. It's just a mechanism, both one, to reward shareholders, which is important, and two, potentially cause problems for the shorts. But it's not, if you're running a company, you're not here to create a short squeeze. You're here to make your company grow, to make your company survive, to make your company perform. So it's, as much as we ask about it every day, I would guess it's, if Martin Shen has 7 things on his plate, this is probably number 7 or number 8. What stock are you feeling the most bullish on this coming week? Railtown, RLAIF, RLAIF. With the caveat it could be next week or the following week. But that's the one I'm the most bullish on. I think in terms of timing, I think Nixie what's the term? How can I say it? SOGOTP. I think it's time for Nixie to shite or get off the pot. So I'm optimistic that something should happen with Nixie. I'm not as optimistic that it's going to work, because it looks like they've fought back short covering in it 2 times before. But I'm optimistic. But I wouldn't be surprised if it has a lot of volume and it runs up to 8 or 10 or 12 or even just to 6 or 8 and doesn't go any higher. I am hopeful Nixie goes to 20 or 25 or 30 or 40, but we'll see. Railtown, I think once they announce whatever it is they're going to announce as approval, implied by the last news, I think easily triples, goes to $1.20. But it could go higher. I don't know. Why? Because I think there'll be a lot of buyers coming in. I think there's a value creation implied by the product itself that hasn't happened yet. And I think G-Bucks could happen this week, but it could happen next week. I don't know what the specific pressure will be to get something happening this week, but I think the shorts are trapped in G-Bucks. Finger motion, there's so much hubbub and buzz and hams flying here, flying there. I just have a feeling there can be momentum for, in the worst case, rumors. In the best case, a push to release news. So I think we're running out of time to build a position in Finger. I'm really optimistic that Finger is going to show strength and strong strength, and that could happen this week. So I think all four of those stocks, it could be this week. But if I had to pick one, it'd be Railtown, RLAIF. There is an owner difference. There is an owner difference. There is an owner. I can't figure that one out. There is an I'm not smart enough, Frank. I can't figure that one out. Shorts are usually on interest. Are they not? Love long time, no pay, big interest accrue. Are you real? That makes no sense. And I know you're in a hurry to get it up here, but I don't know. Can you just make sure there's something in your post that makes a semblance of sense? Hey, Ricky. Hey, Augustine. Lines. Yeah, Lions. If you leave 2,100 shares of MMTLP at E-Trade, yeah, you could lose them. Right now, you don't run that risk because everybody's listening to Drew Diligence that you're entitled to something. You're not entitled to diddly squat other than one share of Nextbridge for each share of MMTLP you have. But Lions, you've already lost MMTLP. MMTLP expired on December 13th, 2022, whatever day it was. MMTLP has no articles of organization. MMTLP does not trade. MMTLP is not listed. MMTLP has no slate of officers or board of directors. MMTLP owns nothing. MMTLP has no assets. MMTLP doesn't even own a claim on Nextbridge in and of itself. But you do. You do. If you have MMTLP, you have a claim on Nextbridge. And all you have to do, I have E-Trade, all you have to do is call E-Trade. It's probably going to take 6 or 7 calls. They'll charge you $60, $80. They will take your MMTLP. They will set up, you don't even have to do it. They'll take your data. They'll set up an account. Actually, Equinity, the transfer agent, will do it, but the data will come from E-Trade. They'll set up an account at the transfer agent. The shares will be peeled off of E-Trade. Morgan Stanley has one big blob of Nextbridge shares sitting at the DTC. It might be for 1 million shares. But Morgan Stanley, E-Trade, might have exposure to 15 million shares. But everyone's sitting on their hands doing nothing like you. I don't know why, but it's human nature. Life goes on, busy. People say, not busy brains, I'm saying life gets busy. So they sit there. Well, as long as Morgan Stanley still has, maybe they instead of 1 million shares, they now have 650,000 shares. You have 2,100. You can call in to E-Trade and they'll just pull off. So if Morgan Stanley has one big block certificate for 650,000 now, they'll ask the transfer agent to convert it into 647,900 in Morgan Stanley's name, E-Trade, and 2,100 in Mike Lyons' name. Then that certificate is in your name. They'll mail it to you, overnight it, FedEx. You can keep it. And right now, I don't see any difference between keeping it, take a picture of it, or sending it back to the transfer agent right now. But there is a time in the future when it could cost you thousands of dollars and 2 or 3 months, and bad trading, bid and ask. You might be captive to some shyster. I'm sorry, that has a connotation. Some crappy brokerage firm. So not only do you have to pay thousands of dollars, you might not get the best bid, and you have to pay a lot of commission, and it's going to take time. We're not there now, and there'll be plenty of notice before it even gets close to that. But it is essentially free to overnight your certificate to the transfer agent once you get it. You can do all of this for about $100 and a few phone calls. Now, due diligence is telling you you're entitled. Well, if you don't act, you're abandoning. I think lawyers will say, well, they abandoned their asset. Yeah, he might have had a right to it, but he didn't do anything. It's not that hard. Just call up and move it. It'll probably cost you 4 weeks, 6 weeks. And then you have your real asset at Nextbridge. How could you lose it by leaving there? If Morgan Stanley ultimately runs out of its 650,000, goes down to 300,000 shares, goes down to 100, goes down to 10,000 shares, goes down to none. Well, then you've missed out. Then you no longer are able to get real shares of Nextbridge. All you have is a legal argument that Morgan Stanley owes you the shares of E-Trade, of Nextbridge, that you could have had. I believe Morgan Stanley's attorneys will say, well, Mike Lyons had 3 years to ask for his shares, Your Honor, and we stood ready to do it, but we stopped. We shut the window. We couldn't hold it open forever. And I think it's a pretty good argument. The second argument Morgan Stanley's going to make is, Your Honor, FINRA changed their ruling. We don't owe anything, and we did the best we could. We paid out all we had, and similar to the first argument, Mike Lyons delayed, so we don't owe anything. Then Morgan Stanley's argument, if they fail on those two, is going to be, Your Honor, we only owe what the stock traded for on December 8th, closed on December 8th, 2022, $2.78, whatever it was. And then failing that, they'll say, Your Honor, all we owe is what Mike Lyons paid for his stock. And then failing that, they'll say, Your Honor, all we owe is whatever's agreed in a larger settlement, and we will agree to honor that. Maybe $10, $12. I don't see it ever happening, but it's possible. So if you wait, which everybody's doing, which I believe Double D is paid to make everyone wait, you're going to really test the theory. Drew Diligence's theory is Wall Street, that you're entitled to something. Well, you're going to test that theory, and you'll find out how much he cares then. And he'll have long space calls, and they'll giggle and laugh at me when I say the Kramer's crime. But at the end of the day, you'll be testing that theory. And I don't think you have the money for a law firm. I don't think you have, clearly you're not paying attention to it. You don't have the time to do it. And ultimately, you'll lose. I don't think you'll get very much. MMTLP is an accounting placeholder. There is no question that Morgan Stanley owes you 1 share of Nextbridge for each share of MMTLP, and that's been ever so since you bought it. Since it was announced. But here we are 2.5 years later, you haven't done anything. The shares are available. You just have to ask for them. The only other question you have that they play on your ignorance, and I'm not saying you're ignorant in general, but in this case, we're all ignorant. The only other thing they play on you for is, well, if I move my shares, then I get my shares. Wall Street, I've bailed out Wall Street. Wall Street doesn't owe me anything. Well, that's another specious reason not to do anything. It's silly. If you don't go claim your property, I think Wall Street's going to say you didn't want it. And I think there's lawyers that can argue if you abandon something, you give up your right to it. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. But even if you get your shares, if there's fraud, you're going to benefit. If there's pain and suffering, you're going to benefit. If there's opportunity cost, you're going to benefit. If there is a provable short squeeze, you're going to benefit. You're not going to give up on any of those. So I don't know why you're sitting on your hands. I really don't. What's the upside? There's 2 clear pieces of upside. There's 3. If you move your shares, you get over there before everyone panic. There'll come a panic time when people realize what I'm saying is right, and the shares are running out. But you don't know, I don't know. How many shares does Morgan Stanley really have? We don't know. I would want to go get my shares, and I did before. I'm shocked I was able to get them. I'm so happy. Doesn't mean they're going to be worth anything, but I think they will be. Second benefit, you've got Greg McCabe working on your behalf, and Nextbridge has other assets other than Oro Grande. They have other assets other than Oro Grande. Now, the criminals colluding are trying to destroy the company, destroy those leases, everything they can do. But I don't think Greg's going to back down. But there's a chance that while the legal back and forths go on, that you could get a real benefit out of a 30,000-foot Terrebonne Parish well that hits natural gas. I don't know. I don't know where they are. That's second. And then the third thing is and you don't get any benefit right away from this, but you'd be helping Greg McCabe be able to go to Congress and say, hey, we've issued all of our shares and anything else is counterfeit. But that's what Double D doesn't want you to do. So on the other side, the people that pay him can pay lobbyists to say, hey, we're all loco. There aren't any real shorts in MMTLP. It's the CEO. The CEO did something wrong. Why don't we take it upon ourselves to help clarify this situation with the one thing we can do, which is ask for our certificates. Instead, we get on endless space calls listening to prevarications, bullying, and misrepresentations and do nothing. It's not that complicated. Anyway, that's my answer. Hey, Red Pepperoni, happy Sunday. What's the most we should pay to add more GTII? That's up to you. I don't know that answer, Ricky. I think the short sellers are fearless. They're systematic, and at some number, they'll just start selling massively again. I know that if I were running it, I wouldn't do it, and I have a feeling, therefore, that John Foster won't do it. So I think we have that on our side. But there's no question, at some number, some bankster will come to the company and offer $100 million or $50 million, which is money that if the group of us start buying the stock upward, they'll sell more non-existent shares, non-delivered shares. They'll just take that money and cross it. And then that becomes a top in the stock. Look, the story is going to be great. It's going to be wonderful. It's like, let me just use the GME story. Oh, Sparkling Kitty is amazing. Cohen is unbelievable. AMC, GME has the greatest, whatever the hell they are, PlayStations, and it can become the miniature Amazon. And this is the go-to spot worldwide to sell this crap that everybody wants. Well, it's a great story, and you can't prove it wrong, and the stock runs to $85 in a spurt. Everyone's excited, and on top of that, there can be a short squeeze. Everybody runs it up. They buy it at 24. It runs to 85. Oh my gosh, it's going. And I know I said sell calls at a minimum. I said sell the stock, but I said sell calls. But it doesn't matter what I said. I didn't own it. And then they sell that down, and they do a deal. And then it rallies up again, up to 40. They do a deal. And then it comes down, and then it rallies up to 35. They do a deal. And how many times can they do it? And you can ask that question. I think this is unique. Everything I hear is there will not be an accommodation with the criminals. So that's unique. So your fight, they're going to keep selling. And at some point, the price is up. They're going to be able to get it down. I don't know when that is. There's going to be time. Oh no, it's going to be quick. They're going to get it trading in May. Okay, great. Okay. And it's got through receivership, and this is approved, and it's going to be quick, quick, quick. All right. So, but you have to admit it might take longer. But let's say everything's perfect and it comes right away. Well, then implementing the business plan is, I guess it's going to be overnight. It's going to be an overnight business plan, overnight success, overnight revenues, overnight everything. If it is, then you just buy it all the way up and keep buying and keep buying and keep buying. And then the short squeeze comes in and it's just a one decision stock, buy and keep buying. But we've all learned with all stocks. I'm not picking on this one. We've learned in CRTD and Vocal and MMAT and in MMTLP and MULN and Logic and AMC, GME, even just recently, we learned it in GBucks. We've learned that it seems like everything takes longer. There's always something, and the other side keeps selling. So is this immune from all that? Yeah, maybe, absolutely. There's goodwill, awareness of the other side. So maybe it's just a one decision stock. Buy all you can and keep buying and cause the squeeze to come in. If that's the case, you should buy some right away and then just keep adding all the way up. I have no idea what you should pay, but the market cap of GTII was 36 million last year. Now, if they get stock back in and they get the number of shares in the pro forma that I was given with you, where you were talking, they get it down to 100,000. You have to give 100 million. You have to give 20 million to the transfer to the receiver. So it's about 120 million shares outstanding at 10 cents, 11 cents. Call it instead of 36 million, maybe you're down to 36 million. You're down to 12.5 million market cap. Maybe that's a more justifiable price to get in on because of all the possibilities, all of the upside. Maybe the company becomes worth 12, 13, 14 million dollars on its face. It's certainly more it's more reasonable than the 36 million. And maybe 36 million is reasonable. I don't know. It's something you got to judge. You got to know in any stock you go into, what's your idea of its value? And if you're speculating that the value is going to be ginormous because of a new product, new management, revenues, mergers and acquisitions, you're willing to pay up for it. You're willing to pay up for it. I think just by comparison, Finger Motion has a market cap, I'm doing it by memory, of roughly 80 million. It has the same difficulties of the ongoing shorting. It has the same whales, the same awareness, the same intelligence, the same goodwill, the same integrity and honesty. Every time it runs up, the shorts sell it back down. So I don't know, Ricky. I don't have a magical number. Personally, I don't think you should be putting money in GTII when it starts trading again. If you own it, I think you should see what happens. But I've given my viewpoint that there will be a massive cram down, but anything other than a massive cram down is a gift. And it's possible that these guys will gift to us a huge ownership for free and huge upside for free. But I'd rather put my money in Railtown, or put my money in silver, or put my money in Finger, or put my money in G-Bucks as a trade, or Nixie as a trade, or ZJYL as a trade, or GDC as a trade. I do think in the case of GTII, there could be a flood of buying. So if you're one of the early people in, and it runs up, you could buy and sell into buying. But it's all up to you. It's all up to you. I don't really think there's a way I can give a sensible recommendation, because if out of the 15,000 shareholders, 1,000 decide to come in and start buying pell-mell, come what may, you really could see the stock price rise. Now, if you think that management or investment bankers are going to look at that and say, "Oh, just hold on," and they're not going to do anything, well, maybe. But at its core, GTII is a shell company, and we don't know how it's going to shake out. And I think there's some lack of clarity. One thing was specifically wrong the other day, and I don't want to get into, I don't think it was intentionally wrong at all, but I don't want to get into that because I'm not here to try to make it uncomfortable. But I will say that it's not at all clear how everything's going to shake out. And it's only up to you. If you believe there's a huge short position and it can be triggered, if you believe this new strategy out of the gate is going to create a $100 million company, I mean, 100, including the receiver's shares, I guess it'd be better to say $125 million company with no debt, well, then you've got a dollar stock. If they keep that ownership tight, those number of shares tight, if that's what you believe. Other arguments can be made that shares will be issued for capital, but maybe not. I just think there's too many unknowns. I think there's a built-up demand to buy something out of hope. But as I sang that stupid song the other day, we all have to realize what we are. We are the suckers, and they come to us because they can't raise, or they're unwilling to raise the money elsewhere. And I just think we have to be sensible, but we don't act as one. We act as a herd. And the stock price can go up massively, and there could be a trade there. Ricky, I would rather play something else. What would I pay? I think it was trading at 10, 11, 12, 13 cents before it got on the expert market. I think that was down from 20, 18, 20, 22 cents. And then that was down from give or take 50 cents. I don't know. I guess those would be targets you could aim for to buy additional shares, because ostensibly as the company comes out of receivership, there'll be fewer shares in the float. All the legal problems will have been, see, this is where I'm not a lawyer, but I assume they will have been expunged. So the new company doesn't have to deal with them, which is valuable. The new idea is that you're going to have a subscription-based model, which we all know are very effective, whether it's newspapers or movies or gymnasiums. Everybody loves paying something every month. It's better than advertising, and you just add it to your credit card and you get charged $2, $3, $4, $5 a month. What could be easier than that? And then there's the model that it will be an online brokerage firm, and we're all ready for an alternative to E-Trade, Ameritrade, Fidelity, Webull, Robinhood, Charles Schwab, and it should be pretty easy to create a new brokerage firm. There's a lot of room for another one. The competition is on the ropes. They don't have the money to compete anymore. It's not a crowded space at all. There is, particularly internationally, probably room for one. And then data. I mean, the data that you're going to get for your monthly amount. Look how many people are willing to pay for Chat AI or Gronk AI, or people are really willing to put up seriously in serious numbers. People are willing to pay monthly fees for access to AI, and so that's a viable strategy. So you've got a online source of data with bells and whistles, and I say that politely. I just don't know what else to call them. Like Bloomberg, I mean, graphs and news and earnings all in one place. You've got AI that'll help you source it. I mean, it's not like you can source financial information as it stands on Grok AI or ChatGPT. This will be a better way of doing it, and you pay for it. So there's a lot of upside here, and it's really exciting. Do you want to be in early and maybe pay a little bit more to be first? Maybe. It's rare that you get a chance to get in on the ground floor of something so exciting. How are buying GTI and others I'm not buying any. I own GTII, but I'm not buying any. Right now, you can, in theory, anyway, you can buy GTII on the expert market, but your broker-dealer has to allow you. So if your broker-dealer doesn't allow you, you have to set up an account at a different firm. And eventually you might find a firm, I would guess IBKR might be it, that will let you do it. But it's stupid. The stock closed one day last week at 11.5. I don't know where it is now, but you don't know what the bid is. You don't know what the bid is. There's no obligation for the brokerage firms for Wall Street to report the bid and the ask. They can do it at their own discretion whenever they want, but they don't have to provide it. You're going to have highway robbers in there. You're going to have these market makers with these same people that come on to attack. They'll sell you stock at 11 cents and they'll put a bid in to buy it at half a penny. And will they be successful? Who knows? But remember, they can set these up and then walk away from it, and they're being paid to do it. I don't know. It's a dangerous market. Now, once they filed everything and the stock is current in its filings, they can go back on the OTC QB market. I think it's QB, might not be now. And then you got to see a bid and an ask. And it could be volatile. But those guys are going to be there to take advantage of you. They're going to try to get your emotions going. It'll start to run. You're going to feel like, oh, I missed out. My recommendation is if you miss out, miss out. And then you can always come back to it later, maybe at a higher price. But if you don't want that, you really want to establish a big position, which is not a bad strategy. I mean, it's very hard. If you were to want to buy 20% of the new company, you would have to go out and buy, well, let's say you wanted 10% of the new company. You'd have to go buy 125, sorry, you'd have to buy 12.5 million shares. 12.5 million shares. And right now, it might cost you $1.25 million to do that at 10 cents. That might be attractive to you, and you don't want to wait till it goes to $1 where you have to pay 12.5 million. Or, I mean, look at the shares just given to the receiver for taking a risk, whatever that risk is. Getting paid 70 grand off of the cash hardly seems like there's a lot of risk. But for the receiver right now, to establish a position of 19 million shares, that's the pro forma, they get 10% of clawing back 190 million. It would cost $1.9 million to establish that position right now. But, you know, he took a risk, and in the last 6 months, he took a risk. His work is worth $1.9 million. That seems to be the logic. I personally, I don't know, Ricky. Why is it you need to make all of your money back in GTII? You lost money, I lost money. I'd rather make it back in Railtown. and let this let this opportunity play out. MMAT could be a RICO. Yes, it definitely is. I think it is a racketeering, definitely. And all three, and there's another one. I think it's called MMATF, something like that. I think there's 4 securities that all have been damaged together. And yeah, I think it is racketeering. I think the payout could be huge on that. Huge. You're talking asbestos level payouts. How quickly, I don't know. But yeah, I agree with you. I never hear Lou speak about Finger, GTIIS. Oh, I didn't know. Maybe he didn't speak about Finger. It went up at the same time, but yeah, that could be. He didn't speak about Finger. But that's not my point. Lou and Frank and Gus came to pitch COSM, and that popped the bubble on the squeezes. Whether they did it intentionally, I don't mind that they get paid whatever a consultant gets paid. But if they were paid some other way, all of that, it's all history now. It's just what happened to my eyeballs. That's all. It's just what happened. What about MMTLP? Well, MMTLP is an accounting placeholder, and I think you really should move it to Nextbridge. All I got to say about Finger is I'm buying more tomorrow. Yeah, I think Finger buying time is here. The last annual report on Finger has announced on May 29th, 2024, Bob Hope's birthday. So I'm expecting the new annual report May 31st. Let me think that through. April, May. Yeah, it could be true for the annual report. But for the fourth quarter earnings, maybe I would expect the fourth quarter earnings to be done by April 15th. Unless they ask for an extension, which they can do. They can ask for an extension. AMC just pulled off a legal masterclass. Court ruled that the stock is a valid form of payment for settlements. That means insurance companies can't dodge payouts just because AMC used shares instead of dollars. Wow. That's pretty good, Tebow. That's pretty good. So that means shareholders claims against the insurance companies they're going to get. That's pretty good. That's interesting. That lawyers are good. That's why people hire them. But here's the kicker: if stock is legally considered a currency, well, that's a good point too. We live in a world where money is all spread, all created out of thin air. So I guess, Tebow, I would go back. Well, you're talking about AMC. As long as they have short positions, as long as they have a lot of players, they can hide and obfuscate what you call currency there. They can hide it for a long, long time. But the implications are massive. That's fascinating. What's the new company AST merge? It's called Equinity, Equinity. Just go to nextbridgehydrocarbons.com, investor questions, and they have the whole process there. They're not taking shares right now. I don't know about that. I have no way to confirm that. But I think on the face, that's false. That's their job, is to take shares. But they can certainly facilitate delivering shares to you, physical shares. What I think you may have heard is, and I just don't know, is maybe a Fidelity is no longer, Fidelity is trapped. There's a total amount of MMTLP share, which do not exist, by the way. So God, it is so kindergarten. It is so kindergarten. But we just have to keep talking about it. If this is the situation, there's 165 million Nextbridge shares. There's $1 billion of MMTLP. I think that's too low, but it might be less. Rumors are 600,000. I've heard 2.4. Nobody knows. And Ann Wagner will keep it that way. All right. Now, let me make one more leap. Let's just ignore that maybe 80 million shares, 90 million shares have been moved to Nextbridge. Let's just ignore that, just to keep it simple. So this is the global situation. There's 105 broker-dealers. Not all of them participated in creating this billion counterfeit shares. Not all of them really have very much of Nextbridge implied on their books. On approximately December 14th, 2022, MMAT delivered to the transfer agent, who delivered to all the shareholders of record. MMAT delivered 165 million shares of Nextbridge. And fulfilled their obligation because it was done at Equinity now. A portion of it went to people's names. but the majority went in street name. Street name. Street name. What does that mean? I don't know. Street name. When MMAT distributed it to the transfer agent, they put the transfer, this is an example, they put 10 million shares in the name of Morgan Stanley. They put 5 million shares in the name of Merrill Lynch. They put 500,000 shares in the name of Fidelity. It's an example. For the further benefit of you. Further benefit of. Now, in the case of Morgan Stanley, there's a lot of time because people have been sitting on their hands. But maybe over in the case of Fidelity, Fidelity has delivered all these shares. So whilst the global number, there's this huge amount of maybe 90 million shares sitting in street name at the transfer agent. So you think, well, I've only got 1,000 shares to ask for. And there's so much there. But what it forgets is if you're at Fidelity and they've already delivered all of their shares in street name, they can't deliver any more to you. There isn't any. So the no could be, we can't do it at Fidelity. But it's not up to Equinity. And I will have to find out, and maybe I'll have time to make the call, maybe not. But if it makes no sense that they're not taking any shares. It's just an electronic entry. They already have your account set up. I think that information you're putting out there is not correct. It doesn't mean that you're lying. I'm not saying that, but it just doesn't make any sense to me. Finger doesn't only have 40. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. I would have just hoped they could get the annual report out in time, but you're right about that. 90 days for the annual report, 45 days for the fourth quarter. But we can put it together. Once we have the fourth quarter numbers, we should be able to put the year's numbers together ourselves. I don't know the answer to that. He didn't call. I called him earlier. GTI has no volume. Best in show. All right, I'm not going to talk about that one. I don't know anything about it. We do not know the value of the shares or the number of shares yet, so you cannot put it exactly. The short squeeze potential. So Tebow, you're exactly right. There's several reasons. And if you're doing it for a trade, if you're doing it for a day trade, if you're doing it for a short squeeze trade, maybe you feel good about it. If you're doing it as an investment, maybe you dollar cost average over time. If you're doing it as confidence in what's been laid out for you, and you think it's going to work in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, and you don't want to miss out, maybe you don't worry about it. I'm willing to pay 25 cents. If it goes down, I'm fine with it. But at least I know I'm in at 25 cents and it could go to 250. I mean, it's nearly impossible to make the recommendation. These pink sheets keep taking your money, and I will never buy GTII. At the same time, you're recommending PED. I don't know anything about, or PFE. I don't know anything about those. Yeah, Michael, I take exception with that. It used to be pink sheets were a bad place to trade, and I think they still are. But back then, you had an honest NASDAQ, and you had over-the-counter trading, which was different than pink sheets. Now all you have is pink sheets. Now all you have is crap trading, and NASDAQ's a joke. So you're smearing everything with, oh, it's pink sheets, you shouldn't do it, it's your fault. I don't think that's fine as far as it goes. So you want to, and then at the same time, you're recommending stocks no one's ever heard of. I mean, if you want to be an investor who invests in, mutual funds or ETFs or bigger stocks, yeah, just make it a rule. I'm not going to invest in over the counter. But a lot of these stocks started on NASDAQ and got lowered. A lot of them are short squeeze plays, which people are looking for. And there are cases where people have made, if you can buy, I'm making it up, if you can buy 10,000 shares of GTII at a penny and it goes to $1, some people think, hey, that's worth it. And if you've educated yourself, you know all the risks and rewards, and there are positives. It's not all negative. You can do that. But to just say, oh, all pink sheets, you're just being lazy. And you're blaming the investor when in fact Wall Street's rigged. Wall Street's rigged in Adena Friedman's NASDAQ. Wall Street is rigged all the way down. It is rigged, rigged, rigged. Nancy Pelosi's worth $200 million or whatever from inside trading and all the rest of them, because that's the payoff for Congress to look the other way. I take real exception if you're blaming people for trying to trade over the counter. On the other hand, I agree with you that if you just avoid over-the-counter stocks, NASDAQ stocks altogether, and simply invest in NVIDIA, it's easy to point to that and now say that was the way to go. See, he's promoting something to you. PFE, I don't even know what it is. I'm not going to look it up. You guys, there's his recommendation. It's got no debt. It's got book value, which is all made up. PE of 27, which is high. Making profits, closed at 70. I don't know, guys. Michael Anthony doesn't want you to trade on pink sheets, but he thinks buying whatever this PED is or whatever PFE is look at PED. It's got no debt. It's got book value. Wow. And it's got PE of 27, which is really attractive. PE of 27. I mean, Michael Anthony was in diapers the last time he saw a PE of 7 or 6. But anyway, you can do that. And it's making profits. So, and it's 70 cents. So rush over there. And what's this other one, PFE? It pays you 43 cents a quarter. It's got revenues and earnings getting better, and it's got drugs, and it pays you while you wait for the share, and the shares will go higher, according to Michael Anthony. So I've given him a lot of attention. Just stay away from anything on the pink sheets and go with Michael Anthony. Hayes is a... All right, so Michael Anthony is letting you know we're in a recession. That takes real genius, real genius. I think we're in a depression by the standard definition an economist makes. And banks are making new lows every day. So what Michael Anthony wants you to do is take the news that's happening each day and act to it. That sets you up to be a sucker. You've got to take the news, you've got to take the trends, and you've got to be a little bit predictive and be in the position before they go down. I don't agree with him in the near term, but everybody knows commercial banks are in trouble. But you know what? Chinese banks are in more trouble than US banks. European banks are in more trouble. Banks. There's lots of banks in the United States. It's just simplistic. Banks have hitting new lows like Wells Fargo and BAC, and smaller banks like SNV. Okay, guys. Go sell your banks. Listen to Michael Anthony. Now, I've warned you, my opinion, Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, for some reason might be the bank that they take down if silver ever breaks out. I think Wells Fargo is in a lot of trouble. This isn't new information, but Michael Anthony has an observation to you that banks are hitting new lows. There might be a recession coming. How low do you think G-Bucks will get? Yeah, you can you can never. I paid $8, I think. I can't remember. $8.25. Yeah. How low do I think it'll go? It could go to 0. The way it traded last week, I think it's done with its sell-off, but it's purely a short squeeze play in my book, and shorts who are trapped. I think, I mean, I don't know, but if I had to call it, I think G-Bucks has seen its lows in the short run. I don't think it's going to go lower now. I think it's headed higher. But watch it open up Monday down 50 cents. But I think every time they try to get it down, G-Bucks doesn't follow through, and it just looks more attractive to me. But it's speculative. Obviously, it can go lower, but if I had to call it, I think you've seen the short-term lows in G-Bucks. Is there... I still have mine too. It's on the expert market, GTI is, so you are able to buy and sell it if your brokerage firm allows you to. That's a house judgment. If you have access to a market maker, if you're a fund, if you have access to a prime broker, you're allowed to trade it if you're well heeled. But I think it's stupid to trade it. If I haven't been clear, I'll be clear. You could pay 11 cents for the stock, and it's on the expert market. Therefore, you don't know what the bid is. And the highest bid is a penny. So instantly, you've lost 98% of your money in the moment. Another way to look at it is to get your money back. The stock has to go up 100% from the bid just to break even, but you don't have that data. You don't have the data. It's really risky to trade GTII right now. Now, when it comes out first trading, after they filed everything, this is a company who made their bones providing financial excellence to other companies that came in, and now they're all out of whack. It's an irony. But if it starts to trade on last time I looked, I think it just said expert market, but I think it did trade on the OTC QB, but I could be wrong. But whatever level it starts to trade, as the financials are reported and it's back in reporting compliance, then you're going to see bids and asks. Now, will the shorts be in there manipulating? Will there be people on the short side trying to get you to buy it? Will they be playing with your emotions, my emotions? Oh my gosh, this thing's going to 2. I better get in. I better buy it at 75. Look at this thing roar. Oh my gosh, it's going to 3. I better buy more. It's going to squeeze. And then over the next 90 days, next 6 months, they slow walk it back down to 10 cents. I'm making up, but this is what they've done in the past. So with GTII, you have to ask yourself, am I buying it for a trade? Am I day trading it? Am I fighting the shorts? Am I on a campaign to make sure that Alpine pays? Am I just going to buy it and wait until the new co becomes the next Bloomberg markets? Everybody has different rationale. Everybody has different rationale. I personally believe if you've lost money in GTII, you do not need to make it back in GTII. But if you think that's the best alternative, the best place to put new money, I think you're going to get a chance. And I don't know for sure, but I think that the CEO will put out $1 million offers, which we will get a chance, particularly if we're accredited, to participate in. Those offers are the cleanest things to buy, probably. The best is when they make a public offering where it goes through the SEC and you have a prospectus. Then you know everything. And that's probably the best decision-making time to buy. But my gosh, there's so many moving parts here. I think it's exciting that there's going to at least be a play. I think that's great. Hey, Ocean, good to see you. I'd rather make it back, and everyone has their own opinions. All right, here I have MMAT, and you filed with the creditor. You filed with the creditor as a court as a creditor. That's fantastic. I don't know how you can be a creditor if you own shares, but I'm not a shareholder, so I don't know that mechanism. So you know that the bankruptcy court is there as a advocate for creditors, not shareholders. So you're learning that. Bankruptcy is for creditors. Highly unlikely that shareholders ever get anything. But if in discovery fraud comes up, racketeering comes up, collusion, other securities violations, I guess it would all come under those categories. It could get really exciting, but I think that would be prosecuted. I think it would be prosecuted outside of bankruptcy. But bankruptcy court's a lot like quantum physics. Everything that happens to our eyesight, when you get down into atoms and electrons and even smaller, all the laws of physics change. In bankruptcy court, almost any thing can be changed by the judge. I think there's certain rules you have to follow that are established in bankruptcy court. But as an example, contracts can be defined as executory if they weren't performed on. That's what I would worry about with MMTLP. But see, this is where I'm not a bloody attorney. But if I were an attorney, I would argue that these people they had a right, but they didn't perform on it. They didn't ask. So in bankruptcy, it's all wiped out. Now, an attorney will say that my logic is weak and there's this and this precedent. I don't know what I'm talking about. I admit that. I freely admit it. But I do know that in bankruptcy court, the rules, the parameters, even logic can be mandated by the judge. It's just different. So anyway, it's for the creditor. It's not for shareholders. I personally don't think they would prosecute fraud there, but maybe the judge would say, well, that's part of the estate, so we're going to do it. I don't know. Maybe they settle it in there. I really doubt you could settle your liabilities as a criminal or as a racketeer in bankruptcy court. And I think those would get pursued elsewhere. I'm not a lawyer. Justice. Well, if you want justice, you should go watch a Superman movie or Batman or, it's fantasy. There will be no justice for MMTLP. There'll be no justice. There'll be settlements. And in the court system, the settlements will be designed to hide what they did. I think even in Congress, it'll be designed to hide what they did. And so there'll be no justice. And that's where they get you. They get you gunning for justice. But after the attorneys find out enough information where the case is going to hurt the other side, settlement talks happen, whether it's formal or informal. And there's very few attorneys that are going to allow it to go all the way because it's risky to do it that way. They want to get paid. They've spent 3 years of their life. So justice is the wrong way to look at it. Some sort of payout or settlement is the way to look at it. People bought Finger at 4, 5, 6, 7, has dropped to $1. Wow, I didn't know that. Are you telling me people paid $4, 5, 6, $7 a share for Finger? And it's gone down to $1 too? I didn't know that. I'm glad you shared that. I never recommended buying Finger above, I don't know, my memory's not good, but not above certain low levels. And then I do know that I got caught up in the options when it was running before. I don't think I made any specific recommendations on call options, but I might have discussed them. I don't remember. But I didn't tell people to buy it at 4, 5, 6, and 7. Having said that, I think I have said at various times that when the stock was 3, 4, that it could go to 4, 5, 6, even 7. So I don't know how all that fits into what you're suggesting there. But I do think that finger motion, I don't know what you're trying to prove here. Finger motion did a toxic deal with Lynn Partners that Benchmark referred. Finger motion was under attack by at least one of Jeff Lynn's hedge funds. Finger motion has been exposed to, at least in one 10-day period, 100 million shares sold without locating as reg show exemption. I saw it. Finger motion has been under ongoing pressure from the shorts. Finger motion is also a Chinese company. China was in a lockdown. China, I think, is in possibly serious economic trouble. But we don't know. We don't see all the data. And I'm too tired to talk about it now because it's 4:30. But I believe that China's population is overstated by as much as 500 million people. I think China's population very well could be under 1 billion people today. If so, China's economy is going to struggle to keep up even with India's economy. But I'm just too tired to go through all the thought processes. But I think China's banking system is exposed to real estate much more than ours. China has a lot of gold, China has a military. China has a lot more robots and factories and modern shit than we do. But their population is, where I read this, I think their average population is 41 years of age. India's is like 17 or 20. I think Chinese work extremely hard. I think China can make it through, but anecdotally, anecdotes, I'm hearing that over this New Year's celebration in China, there weren't any crowds. Something's happened in China. Something. And we'll find out about it. But I didn't know that, Tebow. I didn't know people bought Finger at 4, 5, 6, and 7, and the stock's now at $1.02. It's important to know. The stock is now $1.35, I think. I feel very strongly that it's showing strength, but at $1.35, any stock can go down. So if your suggestion is that whenever people get into something, it should just go straight up, I don't know. I would probably put my money in a rocket, either with NASA or with Elon Musk. If you put your cash in a rocket ship, it should go straight up. But everything suffers from volatility. I'm not sure finger motion a year and a half ago, with the shutdown, with the variability in its revenues, is it really worth more than 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100 million? I'm not sure. I think bears can make a pretty strong argument that's all it's worth. And we went through that. That's life. Economic shutdown, disappointment. But I don't think we're there right now with Finger. I think we're at a point. Do you need me to go through them again? I think there's 5 or 6 items that can change everything in Finger. There seems to be strength in the stock. And I think you can focus on that people paid $4, $5, $6, $7 a share, and now it's $1.02, and therefore you shouldn't buy anymore. That's one way of investing. I don't know. I don't think that way of investing makes money. I think the way of investing that makes money is each day trying as best you can of looking at each situation anew. And if you're a long-term investor, you add to your position. If you're a day trader, you go to listen to people that can count charts. And if you're a speculative trader, you're somewhere in between. And right now, I think finger motion looks like it's both a good time to buy it for speculative trading and for short-term and longer-term investing. I think John Foster will rock GTII, but no discussion needed of the wait and see approach. Um, I think you stated your point of view very well, and I think it's a good point of view. They are in serious trouble. Dumb judges you can't buy. I think they got to let the stock trade. MMTLP, MMAT, those will never trade again, at least not until they go through a shell phase. GTII, yeah, they'll let it trade again, of course. I mean, this was huge 2 weeks ago. I think it would have been a flip of a coin odds that it would get through receivership. Just not knowing nothing. I mean, I'm not trying to disparage or be negative, but it's long odds to get a company through receivership. So that was huge. That was huge. And then the next step is to get the filings current, and it'll trade again. And it doesn't have anything to do with the judge. Any info from Ham? Yeah, Ham says that he doesn't see how they're still standing in G-Bucks, and this is a trap short in G-Bucks, and you can see it. You got to watch the patterns. You got to learn the patterns. You can buy the dip, sell the rip, but in the case of G-Bucks, you got to be in it to see much higher numbers. Everything, the count is 2.2 million shares short. Everything is these kind of behaviors show a trap short. If they thought they could win, they'd let it go up. In terms of finger motion, Ham is trying to get information on what is going on. He thinks that finger motion, you've got the Roth report coming. You've got the fourth quarter earnings report, and I take the correction, although I think it's still possible you could get the annual report early, but it may be 90 days after. You've got that coming. You've got they raised $5 million and they're performing on their SAIC contract. Ham believes, and he shared with you, that a large Chinese company is buying 15% of finger motion. We'll find out if that's true or not. Ham also can talk about the other areas of the company, which are all moving forward, but he thinks that in the short run, you could see tremendous bits of information that get finger motion to trade higher. Where Ham is quite a bit different than I am is Ham also thinks the short squeeze could happen at any time in finger motion and really take off. So that's the info I have from Ham. I'm not speaking for him, but I am summarizing to the best of my ability what I have heard from him. I was going to move half mine 7 weeks ago, and the gentleman said I missed the cutoff date to move MMT. He's lying to you. He's lying to you. You haven't missed any cutoff date. What's your broker dealer? He's lying to you. And he may just not know, but you haven't missed any cutoff date. They're going to stall and prevaricate. Ricky, MMTLP is worthless. They want you in court so they can settle with you, so you have nothing. Anyway, if you back down from them, back down from them. It's okay. I don't care. I don't care. But there is no cutoff date. There is no cutoff date. Any info from Ham on Finger? Finger Motion has 57 million shares outstanding. They just finished their fourth quarter. It might go profitable. Roth Capital is meant to put out a report. We should be getting updates on the automobile partnership, whatever it's called. They're moving forward on their insurance company efforts. The company is working very aggressively on the audit. That should be finished, so the dividend should be coming sometime soon. The rumor is, which I have no way of confirming, is there's a large buyer in the stock. A further rumor is that Alibaba is buying 15% of the company, which makes no sense to me. But Ham would tell you where there's smoke, there's fire. I called him. He hasn't called in. He's traveling. So we just have to let it go at that. Fidelity. See, now, Ricky, what I've heard about Fidelity is Fidelity does not have enough shares. I've heard Fidelity is the brokerage firm in the most trouble and the one that went way overboard. They do not have enough shares, is what I've heard. I can't prove it to you. But Ricky, by waiting, you may be in a situation where Fidelity simply no longer has street name shares to give out. Even though in the global situation, my understanding is there's still 50 to 60 million shares unspoken for. Fidelity specifically may not have enough shares to give you. And that may be why they're lying to you. My advice, such as it is, would be to not take no for an answer. And I would be polite. I wouldn't lose my temper, but I would say, look, I know that you as a firm might be the most exposed here. I also know that you have a block of street name shares of Nextbridge in Fidelity's name. And I intend to take it further and just show them how much you know. And they may end up helping you out because a lot of people aren't going to ask for their shares. But call every day. I put in this request. Don't take a cutoff. There's no cutoff. If they say there's a cutoff, ask for the proof of that. I'd like to see that in writing. And you can say from me, I don't mind if you quote it, but it's third-hand, fourth-hand information. But I think there's still 40, 50, 60 million shares of Nextbridge unclaimed. But Fidelity is the one firm where it might be they don't have any more shares to give. And that's what I'm afraid of, Ricky. If it's true, and you can ask them, if it's true, all you have is MMTLP. Well, MMTLP has the value of the lawsuit, of proving the racketeering, of some settlement in the future. It's not a terrible place to be, but you won't have any Nextbridge because your firm committed fraud to you. You won't have any Nextbridge without a lawsuit. And so then you're dependent on other people paying for that lawsuit. But right now, for free nearly, you can go get your shares of Nextbridge. At most firms, Fidelity might be the one you cannot. Ocean, my shares are TD Ameritrade. My shares are counterfeit. Yeah, I heard that Ameritrade was one of the biggest problems as well. And then they were bought out. But I heard that Ameritrade was one of the biggest violators as well. How do we find out if our shares are counterfeit? They are, you guys. Am I? Yeah, I don't want to make fun of you, but this is how I feel. I'm not making fun of you, Ricky. I'm making fun of the shills. Ricky, all MMTLP does not exist. Everything in your account that is called MMTLP or Nextbridge, if they've used some name like that, is all counterfeit. It's all fraud. It is simply a placeholder. MMTLP was delisted December 13th. The symbol was retired. It was, there's another term for it, but NASDAQ and the SEC, it no longer exists. There's no officers or directors. There's no assets. MMTLP, even if it's called Nextbridge in your account right now, is nothing. Nothing. It's not complicated, Ricky. It is complicated in a publicly traded company. Now, the SEC and the attorneys argue that Nextbridge is publicly traded and therefore it's allowed to have short positions. But it is as bald as this. MMAT issued MMTLP. The crooks committed fraud and traded it and created counterfeits. And so that's confusing to you. Well, ignore that. Because then, as per the approval and as per their filing, MMAT distributed one share So Metamaterial distributed one share of Nextbridge hydrocarbons for one share of MMTLP on Metamaterial's records. They did that. Simultaneously, Metamaterials ceased, MMTLP ceased to exist. Where did those shares of Nextbridge go? The 165 million shares of Nextbridge went to the transfer agent, went to the DTCC. Okay. So the 165 million went to investors. In my case, 4,269 or something like that. They're in my name. They're not counterfeit. They're real. The rest went to street name for the benefit of Ricky. So at the DTCC, there's 250,000 real shares out of the gate, real, for the benefit of their clients, for the benefit of Ricky. There are no counterfeits at the DTCC. So Ricky doesn't do anything for 2 years. Fidelity Fidelity has its certificate of 250,000 in its street name. Joe asks for his shares. So now Fidelity has 240,000 and Joe has his shares. Mary asks for 40,000. The transfer agent goes through the paperwork. They do the back and forth. Mary now has 40,000 shares. Fidelity has 200,000 shares. Molly comes in. She submits her paperwork to Fidelity, and Molly says, I want my 100,000 shares. Fidelity says, all right, we've still got 200 up in street name at the DTCC. We'll issue 100 million shares, 100,000 shares, leaving 100,000 left. Victor comes in and asks for his 95,000 shares from the transfer agent. Fidelity has gone from its street name of 250 down to 240, down to 200, down to 100. Well, now they exchange that. They give Victor 95,000 shares. Fidelity only has 5,000 real shares at the Depository Trust Corporation. It's all they have left, 5,000 shares in street name. They started with 250, they now have 5,000. Now, what if Fidelity had sold to Fidelity's clients 5 million shares? Well, now Victor, Molly, what other names, Joe, they've claimed, first come, first serve, they've claimed all the shares in street name that Fidelity had, and down to where Fidelity only has 5,000 left. Well, Ricky comes along and he starts asking, well, I want my 30,000 shares. Well, the guy at Fidelity now has instructions. I don't know if this is true. It's just possible. It now has instructions to say, well, you missed the cutoff. Well, there is a cutoff. They don't have any more shares. It's not a regulatory cutoff. They just ran out of shares. You waited too long. You waited too long. That's what I think's happened to you. I think at Fidelity, you've waited too long. But I tell you what, Ricky, I bet they still, it's like going to a whole hotel where they don't have your reservation. If you raise big enough stink, they might give you the presidential suite. And I think they still have shares for you if you pursue it. But you got to understand what's happened. 165 million shares real. Were given to, well, I left out the transfer agent, the DTCC and the transfer agent. The transfer agent has the shares in my name, William. I have it over here somewhere. The rest, they don't know what Fidelity has. They don't know what Morgan Stanley has. And Ann Wagner wants to make sure it stays that way. But in terms of the clients, they don't know what Merrill Lynch's clients own, Morgan Stanley's clients know. But they know how much in total MMAT gave to Merrill Lynch. That's all Merrill Lynch owns. That's the real shares. There are no counterfeits. There are no counterfeits. If you are holding MMTLP at Fidelity, you are holding a claim check that allows you to go get your real shares from the DTCC, from the transfer agent, but it requires Fidelity to change the name on their block of shares from Fidelity to Ricky Brogan. But when Fidelity runs out of shares, it's not so much that you own counterfeit. You own nothing. You don't own anything. You don't own anything now. MMTLP is not anything. It's not real. It's not counterfeit. And Ricky, in the NASDAQ, fact sheet. Sorry, it's FINRA fact sheet. Now, due diligence will say, oh, that you can ignore that because you're entitled. Whatever. He's not going to pay your legal bills. He's welcome to his rather repetitive opinion. But FINRA, whether you agree with it or not, whether they have a right to or not, whether there's precedent for it or not, FINRA made the determination in their fact sheet, and I'll try to find it. I have it printed out somewhere. You can look it up. FINRA put the onus on Ricky Brogan to ask for his shares. FINRA, now it may not survive legal challenge. It may not survive lawsuits, but for the last 2.5 years, the onus is on Ricky Brogan to ask for his shares. It is not on Fidelity to deliver those shares to you. Is that because FINRA is corrupt and FINRA is trying to help out Fidelity? Probably. But it's on the fact sheet, Ricky. You have to ask for your shares. Counterfeit, real doesn't enter into it. There are 165 million shares. Some of them are in Williams' name at the transfer agent. The rest of them are at Fidelity and other brokerage firms for the benefit of their clients. The DTC, the transfer agent, Greg McCabe, doesn't know. And Drew Diligence doesn't want them to know because he's working to keep it as confused and as muddy as possible. The clarity comes when everybody asks for their shares, and then Greg McCabe knows who his shareholders are. And then we, by taking action, can know that Fidelity ran out of shares. And then everybody, which is what I think, I mean, I don't know it for a fact, but if I were you, I'd be panicked that all I have is a claim check, which allows me to enter a lawsuit. Personally, I think that's a shitty place to be. I would much rather, as I do, it took me 8 weeks maybe the first time, and then I just stalled and waited, and then it probably on my own accord I waited another 5 months. But then I got it out of my IRA, and it probably took me 8 weeks. According to E-Trade's own data, it took 4 or 5 weeks, but they started the clock at a different time. It cost me phone calls, and it cost me, I think, a total of $60. So I now have 2 certificates. Those are real shares. The only thing that MMAT distributed was 165 million real shares. The only names those shares ended up in were the names on record at the transfer agent, or which included, but it's a separate, I'm making it a separate category. The transfer agent had William, 4,000 shares. It had Fidelity, street name, in the name of Fidelity, 200,000 shares. Only Fidelity knows who they sold those shares to. Fidelity might have it in their books. They might have 25 million shares out in their clients, but they only have 200,000 shares of street name shares in their name of Fidelity, and they've got 25 million out in their book. But you, listening to Due Diligence, think the best thing to do is just stay. I'm not picking on you. I'm talking about collectively. Just stay in MMTLP because you're entitled for compensation from Fidelity. I wouldn't want to be on that end of that bet. Fidelity has lawyers. Fidelity could go bankrupt. Fidelity has the ability to delay. I want my shares. Well, there's only 200,000 shares at Fidelity in my example, but there's 25 million claims on 200,000 shares. You think the best thing to do is to wait. Not you personally, Ricky, not you. Collectively. And then you're asking how do I know which are real and which is counterfeit? If you have anything at Fidelity, it's counterfeit. It doesn't exist. The only way to get physical shares is to ask for them. And that's what I would do. And I wouldn't take no for an answer. If they can't do it, ask them if they have any shares any longer. Now, there's one legal, I think it's a fiction, and I got that word from an attorney. But there is one legal claim that the SEC apparently is making, but it might be FINRA, is that Nextbridge is a public company, which I don't think it is. They're doing the filings as a courtesy, and that as a public company, it doesn't trade, but as a public company, short positions have a right to exist. Well, you're helping them out by not asking for your shares. And their hope is that Johnny Tobacco gets the stock trading on the blockchain. And once it's trading, they can hide the shorts. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Yeah, Ocean's right. Ocean got to the point much more quickly than I did. I feel like if Finger wanted to issue a dividend warrant, the most advantage for the company itself, issue after Baba takes a position after Roth warrants might be converted. Well, I think the Roth warrants are part of short selling. Or they could be. I don't think the Roth warrants are going to be converted right away. So they could wait, but it could take 5 years. There's no reason to convert those warrants until just the day before they expire, unless the stock runs and it gets overvalued or fully valued, then maybe it makes sense to sell the warrants. But there's no reason to convert them. No reason to convert them from Roth standpoint. But I guess the buyer could convert them. I don't know why anyone would put up $1.50 that they don't have to. But anyway, you understand that better than I do. But I don't think Alibaba is buying into finger motion. It's a rumor. It doesn't make any sense to me. I think SAIC might do it because it helps get the company to self-sustaining cash flow on the automobile deals, but I don't anyway. And you're being too cute by half. Finger Motion already put in the warrant request. It's the delay is not on Finger Motion's part. Finger Motion's ability right now, they have one ability: withdraw the request. But right now the delay is with the SEC and the auditor. I personally think they were racing the auditor to try to get it done last year. But once the auditor took too long, they said, screw it. We don't want 2023. Just do our 2024 and our 2025. And they saved money. But you want to make it that Finger Motion is delaying. They're not delaying. It's just bloody process. You need 2 years of accounting when you get a new auditor, and the SEC needs to see that. You need your finances in good stead before they're going to approve the issuance of a warrant. It's just process. It's just bureaucracy. Yeah, good for you. Good for you. That, by the way, that other guy's telling you to buy other stocks. He might be right. Don't buy any pink sheets anymore. I have no problem with that. But silver will give you the return. Now, I think silver's, in my opinion, silver could go to 90, 100 this year. I do think there's going to be a correction in the whole market, and silver could come all the way back down to 50 or 45 or something. I'd have to look at a chart, but I'd say 50, 52 probably. It might overshoot a little bit. And then I think silver, then I think silver's just a buy and hold for, I don't know, 6 years. Yeah, I think G-Bucks has strong support. I agree with that. George P. was the one who told us to file a form. Good for him. I really like that guy. I've never met him, never talked to him. But I think, this is the mad scientist type to dolts like me. He's just really smart and has all these ideas and makes it happen. But then somehow he's supposed to outsmart criminals in the stock market. That's Adina Friedman's job. But he got hurt. But you know what? I love what he's doing. I love that he's filing. I love that he's helping. I love that. I don't think George P., to me anyway, is showing any greed. I don't think he's showing a desire to get rich at this point. I mean, everybody does this to make money. But I think right now he's trying to help shareholders. He's trying to fight this fraud, and he's trying to fight what clearly was a theft. I think the guy is good. I hope I'm right. I do believe all of this will be resolved by the end of the year. Justice as handcuffs, no. I don't. Yeah, I don't. I'm the biggest genius on YouTube. No, I'm not. And so I guess you're here to gloat or be a bully. I'm not trying to be a genius at all. At all. If you want genius on YouTube, um, Sir Roger Penrose, I think, is a genius. Sir Roger Penrose. Go watch him. I'm not a genius. Finger was a great buy at 102. Yeah, I like that. I like that. China has a space problem, a space program. Yeah, they do. Look, China's going to be fine. But Justin, I'm too tired, and in 10 minutes or so, I'm going to go because I've got to be somewhere at 6 o'clock. But I get it's so draining, and I think it's intentional. But I've got to talk about GTII and MMTLP, both, and MMAT, all three. They're not ways of making money now. But I do talk about it because people are hurt. I don't want people taken advantage of. And there is some hope. And why not talk about it? I mean, it's like talking about why Djokovic is doing so badly. It's a topic of conversation. But when it comes to making money, I think we're running out of time to play this shit. I don't think GTII there's enough time. I hope I'm wrong. But I think the stock market and people don't want to play it. That's fine. But this guy comes on here and he wants you to think the banks are going down, and you can see it. You can read it in a news headline. Stock markets do not correct slowly. This is not how it happens. Well, they correct slowly, but they don't crash slowly. My opinion. And since I'm a genius, it's got to be right. I think what you're experiencing since Trump got elected was a rally and then a digestion period. And there's been correction. You had that, I think, false AI news out of China in terms of cost. And then you're having rethinking. What you're really having is all of these wealth managers and portfolio managers trying to find out what the new story is. They want to all be together. They want to all be in NVIDIA. But now it looks scary. So where are they going to go? Well, they're probably gold and miners. They're taking a while to get that in the news. They just don't want to be courageous. because that's how you get your head chopped off. They want to be in the bunch, in a bunch, in a bunch. So anyway, I think very soon, the stock market starts going back up. What could cause it? Powell lowering interest rates, money printing. There is a lot of money on the sideline. I could be wrong, but I think that the indices are going up 30, 40, 50%. I think it could all happen by September, but it might take until January. I don't know. But that's, I think, the last blow off in this stock market is coming now. Might it already have happened? Yeah, maybe. But what's going on now is not a crash. So I don't think so. I think it's setting up to surprise the most people. That's what markets do. And it's going up. That's next. I don't know how to trade it. I'm not sure I would. But I think everything from technology to AI to gold and silver is going to go up. But then and banks, and then I think there's going to be a crash. Now, where would the crash come from? Because everybody's going to be so full of how great everything is. I don't know, but I think it'll be a surprise. China might grow tired of not having chips and attack Taiwan. China might become tired of not having oil and gas and attack Siberia. I'm not sure those things would crash the market necessarily. But I think what would crash the market, Justin, and I'm running out of time to talk about it now, is if the financial markets got wind that China's population is 850 million people. I think that would shiver me timbers to the stock market. The other thing I think could crash the stock market is if the Permian Basin, the Marcellus, rolled over and that became clear. But the biggest one I've tried to get across is if Saudi Arabia, which apparently is still exporting 8, 9, 10 million barrels a day. I think those numbers are never transparent. But if the Garwar field watered out, and I spent time on that, I know it's not clear, and I've got to do a better presentation. But if for some reason overnight the Garwar watered out, Saudi Arabia always have oil, and it'll have ways of growing oil. But what will get in the mentality is, oh my gosh, we don't have enough oil to grow like this anymore. I think there's issues of population decline, and I've told you radiation and other things, but I think all of those are longer. I think what possibly could trigger a crash is an oil shock or a population shock out of China. Those are my two things that, but it could be anything. It could be the moon hits the earth like a big pizza pie. I don't know. Even though you're tired, your humor shows. Oh, yes, it shows. Yes, it shows. I can't live. I can't live if living is without you. I can't give I can't give any more. No, I can't help but seeing your face as you were leaving, and the sadness in your eyes shows. Oh, yes, it shows. I can't help. I can't. I can't help but seeing your face as you were leaving, and the sadness and your sadness. Ah, my sister can remember every word. Every word. I don't have her brain. All right, so it's written by Harry Nielsen. All right, that's it. No, I can't forget this evening. That's how it goes. No, I can't forget this evening, or your face as you were leaving. But I guess that's just the way the story goes. You always smile, but in your eyes, your sorrow shows. Oh, yes, it shows. I can't live if living. MMTLP has no assets. MMTLP was erased from existence December 13th, 2022. And the only reason you think it is worth anything is because there's a campaign on Twitter to make you believe it. Once the shares are gone, all MMTLP is a record that you got screwed by Wall Street. And let's see what you can get in court. That's all it is. From a legal standpoint, I did not give FINRA permission to force me into Nextbridge. Oh, I can't. I did not give FINRA permission to force me into Nextbridge. I guess, Ocean, I would say that differently. You When you bought MMTLP, you bought it on, I guess, four promises. One is you were getting real stock. Two is you had a right to convert it into Nextbridge. Three is that you would have a right, along with everyone else, to trade the stock up until the close of business on Monday, December 12th. And it's a little redundant, but you had a right to rely on the representations the SEC and FINRA made. and to expect that they wouldn't interfere with your ability to trade. So the net of it is Jessica Hopper apparently at 10 a.m. on Friday the 9th stopped trading on an obscure ruling. And there were trades at 2,000, even as high as 24,000, apparently. I don't have access to that. But you, by FINRA interfering with shortened settlement trading, in other words, you did have a right to you did have I've just got to find the times of mass. Oh, shit. Shit. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay, I thought I missed it. Okay, I'm fine. I think. I can't find the exact. I'm going to have to. I think this is going to have to be my last question. Ocean, the point is that by FINRA taking away your right to trade, the only option you have left is to convert to MMTLP. But I suppose you have a right to just stay in this this claim check, if you want to. You have that right. But it's worthless. And there's no guarantee anybody's going to carry out the lawsuits. There's no guarantee that the lawsuits are going to end the way we want them to. And by moving to Nextbridge, we give Greg the ability to fight and be clear with Congress. And we can benefit from other things Greg does. There's no guarantee, but at least there's a chance. Finally, every course of settlement, we're going to get the same benefit, even if we're at Nextbridge, at the transfer agent. I suppose one argument would be, well, why would you get a settlement for cash if you already got your shares? Well, number one, Greg's not going to let that go unfought. Number two, you will have a choice, probably one-on-one with your brokerage firm. But there's two sides of it. Right now, I don't think the settlement per share is going to be great in terms of value. Unfortunately, they stalled everything. I just don't think it's going to be a huge number. Could be. But in terms of fraud, it could be great. That's a whole different ball game anyway. Fraud is outside of what's the value per share. But right now, the criminals have gotten it in looking like they don't even have Ora Grande. So lawyers are going to say there's not much there. All right, ignore that. Let's say they will be able to get past that. Well, then what if there's a settlement for $20 a share? Cash. Greg is going to make sure it goes to everyone, number one. Number two, could yours be affected if you have shares at the transfer agent versus this crappy MMTLP? Yeah, maybe they say, all right, it's a $20 settlement. The value of the shares at Nextbridge, we're agreeing that's worth $1. So maybe you get $19 instead of $20. But remember, Greg will be getting that settlement as well. cash will be starting to flow into Nextbridge, and I think the value will be there as an investment. I just really don't think that's what's going to happen. I don't see that. I don't see a big dollar settlement to everybody globally in MMTLP for reasons I've described before. In the end, I do think we'll have a resolution. Wow, you're gonna futures trade. That's amazing. All right, I'll see what this is. Reichman with GTI. Yeah, I think Reichman will still own a lot of the company. If they claw back 190 million shares, the largest shareholder, that'll leave 100 million shares outstanding. 19 million shares will go to the receiver. So the largest single shareholder will be the receiver because he took risk. Then I would imagine it'll probably be Reichman and then maybe one or two of the whales. But yeah, I think Reichman will still own a lot of the stock. I do. If it's tradable, would he dump it? Probably. I mean, that's a risk. If the company has good fundamentals and a good story, you might see the stock down for a while, but then that becomes a buying opportunity if the fundamentals are good. It's if he dumps it, it's not a permanent hell. I don't have the shareholder list, but like I say, there'll be roughly 119 million shares outstanding. The receiver will have 19 million shares. There'll be 100 million shares for the rest of us. I think there's some holders out there with 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 million shares, and they could sell, but anybody could sell. But I would guess, I think the receiver shares will probably have a hold on them for at least a year. The Reichman shares, there'll be an agreement. It might have a little bit of a hold. But anybody with more than 5% is going to have to report what they're doing. I don't know. Yeah, it's a risk, but they haven't sold them yet. I don't know what to say to that. A long time ago, McCabe said 600. All right, I'll try to get this through. A long time ago, McCabe Burtis said it was McCabe, I think, would not settle for anything less than 600. And I agree with that. Given all the lost opportunity, should it be worth 100 now? No, I don't think it's worth that now. The other side has effectively destroyed that. But Richard, that attitude from McCabe, I think, is still there. But no, I don't think it's worth 100 now. I don't think it's worth 100 now. They don't even know if they have Ora Grande. There's lawsuits against the guys. We aren't delivering our shares, so we can't even prove there's a short position. The SEC lawyers have convinced the SEC to argue that it's a public company. No, I don't see it. Do I think it should be worth 1,000 now? If there's fraud, And racketeering, yeah, I think it could be proven that, but it'd be long, long time. I've got to go. I've got to be somewhere at 6. I don't have any time. So I'm going to run. I'm going to say goodnight. I'll try to answer that tomorrow, Richard. And peace to everybody. And we'll get through all of this, of course, together. And I'm sorry if I ever get upset. There's a lot of hope here. There's a lot of good things to hang our hat on. All right, cheers.